Hello, my name is Dallas, and I'm back with more Pikmin 4 to pick up where I left off on, looks like day 10. So assuming I didn't mess up a save again, I should have the first area 100%ed. If I'm being optimistic, I would like to finish up the second area today, and then probably start the third. So I think I'm going to go right for the second area after I confirm that my completion went through. I don't think I have anything else to turn in. But there's something new in the tablet, but I don't see it. And I think I've already talked to everybody. Oh, there it is. Side missions. Need 100 treasures. I'm at 60. Need to find 11 new creatures. And another onion. Skim over these. Just tricks for bombs. Previous captain. Father is the very definition of generous. When a rescue call came in, he'd zoom off without a moment's hesitation. The mission was complete. He refused to accept payment from whoever he rescued. He did this one mission after another. Now, due to this generosity, the rescue corpse is pretty much broke. Since I became captain, the role of rescue pup caretaker has sat vacant. Still, I can't part with the rescue pups. My family has kept this pedigree breed for generations beyond memory. Just need to find a recruit who can bond with Ochi like I do. Rescue pups love it when you play with them. In fact, the best way to make them happy and build up their pup drive is to put them to work. The more points on their pup drive, the more skills they'll learn. I always give them plenty of praise for all their hard work. Thanks to technology that has come from space exploration, our lives have grown much easier and far safer, and on-planet rescue requests have decreased dramatically. But as migration into space continues to grow, our services continue to be needed. I'm happy to announce we are extending our rescue services to the frontiers of space. Down at last, we've flown to space out in this great limitless expanse. That sound can be heard, and I can still clearly hear the pounding of my own heartbeat. Space out overflows with possibilities. There can be no doubt this is one giant leap forward for our kind. Alright. Voyage log. Just gonna skim over these because these are just gameplay tips. Which I've probably read most of them already. Okay. No more new flashing. And we go. So over to Blossoming Arcadia. So if I'm reading that right, this requires a Pikmin type 2 100% that I don't have yet. But there is still stuff I can do with the Pikmin I have. Like, at the very least, I know there's a boat I can pick up, and I can probably explore a little bit. I just don't want to jump into the third area too early until I'm, like, getting to a point where I'm tapped out of stuff I can reach. Let's just go blues first so I can get that boat and not have to worry about juggling a bunch. And it looks like I've already got rid of the enemies here, but I probably forgot about that. Oh, there's a treasure back there. Some pots I can break. It looks like I pushed something down there. Like a wall I can build and a time trial. It looks like almost everything's just kind of on this eastern side. $6,000 Sparkium collected. Make sure there's nothing in there. Okay, there's treasure. Let's actually go ahead and swap out some blue Pikmin now. I don't know what I need ice for, so I'm gonna swap them out for more yellows. Once I figure out what I need ice for, I may come back and grab them, but for now, gonna just stick with what I have. Here's the 5 idle Pikmin. Complete another series. Apparently they're over here. I do have to slightly remember the buttons. There's definitely an enemy here. Got everything there. Didn't realize that was what that was gonna do. Okay, and that leads to an ice wall, so I do need ice Pikmin for that. And more treasure. Actually gonna want to keep the yellow, so let's send Ochi on that one. Climbing wall's complete. So let's go grab the blues. And I'll have them carry back that body. And yellows can come with me towards the other treasure. Okay, so I already have done that cave, and what's over here? Another dig spot. Let's take a look at the tablet again. It's the only thing I know of now. I can use the climbing wall, and I need to do a time trial up there, a treasure over there, and then there's an ice wall to break down to a cave. Oh, that's probably fine. Spread of them. Because based on the placement of the last thing, I kind of assume that there's gonna be an overworld boss. So where are the other four? Oh, looks like they're over there. Don't know if they're carrying anything or if they're just kind of hanging out. And just throw one there. Oh, I didn't pick them because they were blocked. That's what it was. And a nice one who got separated. I'm guessing I can't bring Ochi up to this one area. So probably the move is to send the ice Pikmin to start working on the wall. Have everybody else go for that. Oh, that was easy. Ideally, I want blues on this one. Here's the time trial. I definitely don't want to send any more Pikmin onto that. Two dig spots. And I think one of them is a treasure. Almost complete another set. And it's cave. So here's the thing now. It says, I'm guessing that's open, but I haven't explored it, but I don't see anything else there. So I think what I want to do is try to gather everybody up and go for the time trial first, and then go for the other cave after the time trial. It seems like for whatever reason I won't be able to bring Ochi into the cave. But if I'm going based on the recommended groups, then I should have a fine set for the cave. Let's do this one first. Anyone cannot join you and finish tasks on the surface will be called off. It looks like there's rock Pikmin. Okay, Ochi just kind of found their way up. Is good for me. Existing floor is extinguished. Don't think I can do anything to that wall because that looks like it's going to be a thing for rocks. Let's finish up this. And just have them knock out that. Potato over there, and I got some rock Pikmin. I had to defeat that one enemy in order to get that open. I kind of want to wait till they're turned away. Just like that. I don't know why I can't throw them up there. Because I need to charge this. Apparently that was enough to carry that. We got a bunch there. Get this path open. Get all the reds on that one, and all the rocks on this. Some more rocks over there. Let's have just Ochi do that one, while everybody else goes for this wall. Got the treasure. Grab all these. Have Ochi grab that one. Okay, so one side's rock, one side's fire, so I gotta be careful. So whichever side's up is the one I gotta focus on. Let's have Ochi grab that. Have the rock Pikmin grab that. And then we'll go for the one enemy over here. I need Ochi to go for that. None of them seem to want to grab that. But that should still be platinum, so it's fine. Never mind, apparently I missed a treasure somewhere. There's a single treasure I missed, and I don't know where it is. So I do need to turn in the castaway first before I go into the other cave. Not super worried about the platinum medals, unless like I get a side quest that tells me I have to get them. I'm guessing... So what I'm thinking is, these are sealed until I get to a point where the leaflings are restored. That or they're sealed forever, it's a one and done. I don't think there can really be any other options. Or they move into that other side mode, the Dandori battle one. So as soon as they're turned in, I will hop in the cave, because there's nothing else obviously in sight. Like, I don't know what this is, but it doesn't seem important enough for me to need to go investigate it. As I just realized there is a second cave there I haven't been into. There are 2 unfinished caves, which should push me over the 7,000 mark. Oh, geez, almost back. I don't know if Ochi can get up here, but I have all the Pikmin, so in we go. Many types of bullbacks have settled in this cave. Perhaps they're building their empire to them. I'm just a foreign invader that must be eradicated. The danger becomes unavoidable. I'll need to rely on some of the items I brought with me. This one says I don't have the type of Pikmin I need, so maybe I go look at the other one. Because there isn't really a good reason to do a partial cave, and I mean, I could find the Pikmin in the cave. So let's do that one last. So I just need to, let's actually move the base back over here. This does feel right in the middle of where I need to be. It is definitely possible I could find the Pikmin I need in the cave, but I would rather check the other one first. In the natural world, there are many examples of strategic mimicry, where one lulls a prey into perceived safety. Never thought I would witness it firsthand. I now know the danger that can lurk even in the jiggliest of places. Okay, so this one I have both types for. Like, I'm sure they'll probably give me some if I go into the other cave, but I would rather do the one that's locked in than get to the end of the day in a cave I don't know I can finish. I need to go up there. More flowers. I don't know what. It looks like yellows need it. Alright, Some blues over here. Let me do that. I was trying to send Ochi in to see if he would pluck them underwater, but I'm guessing no. Ice Pikmin may be the way to go here. Got some extra blues, who all definitely have leaves. And there's the exit. What's over here, if anything? Seems like nothing. There's another way around. Do all but blues. They're the only ones that can get over here. And rubber duck. See, it seems like they're not fighting back, at least. Or if they are fighting back, it's not very well. A little bit more chaotic than I would have liked. But it all worked out. I should actually probably just freeze this water. That's probably easiest. Now let's just have them grab the duck, and that seems like it should be everything on this floor. Also, I did forget that I can just kind of ferry Pikmin across now. New gears available. And that's all the treasures. Nothing on the map, so we go. %done. I'm gonna make sure that everybody who has... It's like that's everybody. Didn't get wet, need some help. Through the water fast with a whistle. I wonder if that counts for, like, double flowers if they lose it to damage and then recover it. Looks like I can get up here, and then I think I throw the yellows across. I just throw all of them to make it faster. They are just kind of bouncing on Ochi, and that's real good. The ice Pikmin now have just the regular buds. And there's way down. Have the yellows work on this. And also the ice. Our blues grab this. While they take more materials. I am in surprisingly desperate need of materials. And over 7,000. We can fully restore the SS Shepherd. Another random ambush, but nothing too bad. I'm gonna try to get as many extra flowers as I can. And there's a bunch. I don't think they'll come back across, but just to be safe. Back up to 75. And I think usually around 80 is when I can get an upgrade. Unless it's an Ochi one, which are like over 100. Seems like that was able to get rid of their flowers, and I don't really know why. But that seems like it should be everything.
Oh, wow!
Yanni, the Rescue Corps officer. I found the doctor. Doctor lives for discovering and solving unusual cases. He jumps at every chance to test his experimental medicines. That actually might be huge. Found the doctor. Glad I did this one first now. Is there Dr. Yanni? Let's ask him to examine the leafling when he wakes up. Our pilot Bernard might be one after all. It's entirely possible that I already have all the crew found, but I needed the doctor to probably find the last one. That's the only thing that was gating any major story progress. Which also means that that's pretty substantial for just the first two areas, to have almost the entire crew done. Potentially the entire crew, depending on how the leaflings turn out. If the leaflings aren't the crew, then I just get a whole bunch of side quests. Electric gate was demolished. Get everybody more flowers. Seems like that's everybody. Other than a few random bulbs there. And another onion upgrade. This might be one of the best caves yet. So I just need to make sure the path through there is clear. Don't think I can get any more flowers. If I'm really lucky, I'm hoping that this gives me a bunch of credit for the side quests that I need. In fact, I actually can probably just check it. I do feel like I got a bunch, but I don't know if I'm getting it for these. Let's go ahead and check this first. Figure there's gonna be something there. It is kind of nice to have enough Pikmin that they kill them too fast for the ice to activate. That seems like it should be everything over here. And there's the exit. So at least 2 more things to grab. Also another series completed. That's fine. It wasn't quite quick enough to grab all those. They're just throwing those all over the place. That needs 5, which I do not have. I think I see a few more buds. Maybe not. So I think that just means I need to grab this, and then I should be done here. Just to double check. Seems like nothing on the map. There's definitely no treasures. There we go. So let's wait for that text. And I am over 100 materials, so I should be set to get at least 1 good upgrade. And another castaway. Also 69 Pikmin, nice. This is definitely a boss. frozen. Nice, straightforward fight so far. Seems like that's all flowers again. I wanna take a look at that mission. Okay, it looks like that did count. I think I was at like 230 something. Unless I completely misremember that. Universal Stylist. Stylist declines all over the universe. Just say the word and he'll unleash his fashionable skills at lightning speed. So I guess that's if I want to redesign my character. And there's still a treasure somewhere. Probably back here. Oh. There's the final exit. More new gear available. I feel like I see a bulb in there. Let's just make sure. Okay, definitely nothing more. Okay, yeah, so those did count. So, if Pikmin take damage and they just lose their flower, that's an easy way to refill those. I'm pretty sure I've got everything here. In fact, it says I've got 100%. So we go. So, depending on how this last sub-area goes, I might end up getting the flower mission done. Go through these. Decorative Goose, Citrus, Lump, Universal Rubber Cutie, Talisman of Life, Cherry Blossom, Time Marker, Sky's Delicacy, Blonde Imposter, Astringent Clump, Spring Crop Series finished, Expression Hider, a bunch of nuggets, and some random creatures. Another cave done. Oh, I lost one yellow. wasn't too bad. And now I'll be able to go into the last cave with 60 Pikmin, even though I'm missing one of the types they recommend. Unless the day's over, in which case I will probably just go to the next area. Because if the day's over and I don't have a Pikmin type, I might as well go to a new area. Okay, I am entirely out of time unless I can reach that in less than 10 seconds, which I'm not counting on. Yeah, there's no way. Especially because it looks like I went the wrong way. I just want to check something, though. So there is still an overworld treasure. So before I do the last cave, I will have to remember that, but time for a new area. Now the big question is, did I finish up any other missions that I need to turn in? Because I'm guessing no. Other than getting the doctor. And also obviously getting the ship upgrade. Energy startup, the we have no problem starting the SS Shepherd's engines. Restore the engines. Take off at any time. If we get our pilot. Three rescues. Unfloatable boat. I got a whole bunch of stuff today, including 2 series done. Searing acid shock, mechanical harp, memory song, shake a smile, and orbital communication sphere. 86% for that area. Got all the onions there. Some missing treasures and rescues, but there is a cave left, so that makes sense. Okay. Also, I guess that quest is just fully done. I'm close to getting all flowers now. But everything else is still pending.
No. Alelelo. Ah. Pero.
Night expeditions.
Marepko. Hoy. Lepe. Bojan apa son?
Stylus is looking for me, but let's get the training in.
Hoy.
So I can max out super buff. I could max out rush. Or I can get another level of command. I think I want rush.
Kora Harry.
Now I can learn Mega Rush. Which has the ability to stun creatures as energy charges up even faster. The shock from the impact increasing damage to creatures. Impact stun duration, energy charging speed. Pushes them out to the max.
Dus Palatilla. Pass.
I figured since I had 3, I should probably get one of the big cost ones, and that was the first one that caught my attention.
Humu. Nahi.
Tough Stuff Plus. Immobilizes creatures, and it won't zap its user.
Hoy.
Found that always tracks its prey and never loses it. In the wild, I'd much rather be the chaser than the chasee.
Hamu.
I can make Ochi fire resistant. Improve my headlamp. I think I want to go for the heat resistance, because that'll basically be almost all elementals for Ochi.
Tishunipu. Now. Pantalope. Pikmin.
Okay. Before I do nighttime ones, I think I want to do at least one new area.
Sculptura. Dokoto. Gucci.
I guess I just want to see...
Pantalope. Pochego. Nepa.
Rescue 10 leaflings. That's what I was hoping for.
Taguso.
I was kind of hoping they would just give me the quest, but that's fine. My options now are either do a new area or do a night expedition. I'm definitely leaning towards a day expedition for a new area, but it is very tempting to go for night.
Harry.
Also, apparently I didn't unlock a new area, so I just have these 3. Several SOS signals in the new area. So I guess I kind of wonder what that means in the grand scheme of things. Is it going to be another method to unlock new areas, or is it just these 3? But it's just these 3 with 2 variants. But at least for now, I think the move is to definitely try to get progress in this new area. I mean, this isn't the house, so I assume there has to be at least one other area. Just water and ice. And at least I can immediately see the use for water. See boulder enemy up there. See, I also know that there's rock Pikmin. And then there should be, I'd assume, maybe one other Titan. Because it'd be weird to have it capped out at 4. It takes 40 ice to freeze that one. Okay, finally got it. I can see something over there that I can freeze, and a obvious challenge here. Didn't see this wall here until just now. Broke through that real quick. Because right now it seems like water, almost all water would have been the way to go. I did see some uses for ice, but so once they're done with the materials there, then I just have everybody regroup. I don't know if I want to jump right into the challenge yet. I think I want to get some exploring in first. $80 to freeze that. That's immediately a little bit of a problem, because I physically can't have that many Pikmin. There is a path up here. Actually, I just realized rock. Actually, I think based on the cover, there's probably white and rock Pikmin. I need to deal with whatever's launching these boulders. A little bit close, but we got through. Don't fully know the move here. Looks like I need to use enough to pull down the tail. And I got it. Move the base here. Actually, can they get up there? No, they can't. Oh, the tide's going out. That's a neat mechanic. So I did lose some random ice Pikmin, which was unfortunate. I think I need yellows to grab that one. So the move is to probably go down here to get those fruits. Not quite enough for that. It looks like I'll need an Ochi upgrade, or I'll need more Pikmin. In this case, I think I actually should have enough Pikmin, or I'll be like 10 short. So now that the path is cleared, I didn't realize that this was here either. And let's grab these. If nothing else, I have enough materials to get another upgrade. And there's another blue onion. Just want blues. And I drained everything here. So unless there is another method up to that fruit, I think I need yellow Pikmin. Probably just like 10. Apparently 5 was enough. And I also don't need any more flowers, but I should still keep grabbing them in case it's there's more tiers to that questline. I see some blue Pikmin over there fighting. Where is the last one, actually? There's a... oh wait, I think that treasure is... definitely get the feeling I should go for the challenge over there. Because I don't know if I have enough time left to really do much else. And that could be enough for an upgrade. So I don't really know what I want to upgrade. There's definitely a lot more area to explore. I think I want to do a night expedition next. And the reason I want to do a night expedition is because now that I have, like, 6 leaflings after this, I expect each of them to give me a side quest. As you connect castaway, your Pikmin cannot join you. Unfinished tasks on the surface will be called off. Only yellow Pikmin. It's almost nighttime. Well... apparently if I was a little bit quicker, I could have gotten it. Unless it's whenever it's in the red section, I can't. Well, the very minimum, I finished up a side quest, got a few items, and beat a mini boss. I wonder if I have enough to turn in for the different creature types. Chance Totem, Fish Bed Snack, Stellar Extrusion, and Nuggets. 1% of the area done.
Fumu. Niku? 어떻게? 왔노? 어이. 맘매.
Okay. Leafling meet and greet, 77 of 100 treasures. Need to grow 99 more Pikmin. I did complete 2 side quests. So I met enough new creatures and made enough Pikmin bloom into flowers. Can't do any training, but I should get enough to buy an upgrade after I turn in the quests.
후하님. 다음 봐요.
75 for the next one. The nice part about the side quest is it does give me a count on what I'm going to eventually need to complete the game.
Make no.
30 for that.
다루리바.
Okay, so I need another set of 300. And it doesn't count any extras I did.
멍. 누파.
I think the move is to go for Idler's Alert. Another big whistle that brings Pikmin to me is just kind of nice. And time for Nighttime Expedition. Only Sun Speckled Terrace, so yeah, every area basically has a doubled version of it. Anything more exciting than heading out in the dark of night? Danger level 1. Oh, okay.
Katubira. Clatano. Heron. Tunkre. Koppe.
Got a new Pikmin type.
Ha. No. Yumu.
Okay, and I can use other Pikmin types. I don't have to pick them either. Track creatures using the night radar.
Intero.
Oh, they're mad.
Hamum. Notno. Ani. Pochko.
So I just gotta be on the lookout for creatures coming in. I guess the big question is gonna be, can they come in from other ways, or is this the only path? Because if this is the only path, then this is real easy. Possible this could be connected to Luminol below ground. Serves as an interim drop point when transporting glow pellets from far away. Decoy for creatures to help keep the Luminol safe. Do you see more enemies coming in this way? It's kind of like a tower defense. mobs coming in.
Navel.
Let's try to get this one.
Yamo.
And I got him.
Ha. Herum. Anorube. Kuruna. Comment? Clatano.
Okay. Night Expedition is not nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be. I just thought it was going to be explore a whole area again, but with stronger creatures. But instead, it's just a tower defense. Where if I get all the creatures, I win, or if I just last through the night, then I win. Which does kind of make it a neat detour from the main bulk of the game. Now the question is, how many leaflings does that cure, if any?
Now.
1 to 1. And apparently if I cure them, I get a pup drive.
Katubira. Kululun. Hoja. Herum. Ha. Teka, teka.
As an stockman used to cure the rescued leafling, come back to the rescue command post so we can commence with the procedure.
More. Murupe.
And for saying you can always find me in the pits, I'll take the leap in any cave no matter how dangerous it is. So does that mean that his mission's gonna be like, go down X number of caves?
No.
Find 75 creature species and bloom a bunch. Apparently I got 33 from just that one night expedition, unless it was the day out in the field. I think it was the night expedition. First time I saw my home planet from space, I thought the people down there, they're all part of a single living organism. I never completely eradicate conflict, still I hope a day will come when people understand what I understood in that moment. A day will come when they look at the person beside them and see themselves. Space 2, those waiting to be rescued, my father told me this, it was his dream to travel to the stars and rescue those lost there. My past dream onto me, I've not been able to make it come true. Hearing my children and my children's children make this dream a reality, we can transcend space and time, I'm sure of it. Oh. I want to skim through everything. So yeah, I think first I need to find the new person who's here, wherever they are. They go over there. I mean, by the cave makes sense.
せんので。ほちこ。パパソン。ポットポ。ポニャノン。
5 caves done, so I got a free 30 material.
ミューロ。
One more cave until the next one. Let me take a look at the training, but I don't know if I'm going to spend the point right away. Can improve pluck. I feel like I need to start working on more of his underwater stuff, or I need to go for Mega Buff. And I'm leaning towards Buff. That being said, next expedition. Change up here into high, doesn't mean a large creature won't pop out and surprise you. Okay, so yeah, I don't move the ship because every area is basically its own little hub. But it seems like this is probably the quickest way to get Ochi levels. If I just want to hard focus on one thing. Okay, so they have a flash grenade.
No. Hamam. Navel.
They can work in caves.
Ani. Capybara.
And they are approaching real quick. There's a fake one over here. Pochi's in a little bit of rough shape, but overall not too bad. It looks like the enemy doesn't know how to get down here. This is a case where I would probably want to be upgrading Chomp. Oh, so we won.
Ululun. On. Anorube.
Yeah, the reason I would want to upgrade Chomp here is very simply because Ochi's probably going to be very important in terms of beating the enemies faster. Six creatures defeated and one key obtained.
Tani!
po. No po. Hamurun? Dormon? Nyuk nyuk. Nyo? Tata suru?
Ôi. So far.
I need one more cave. And there should be a new character who's cured. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna see if I can upgrade Mega Buff. If not, I'll do a night expedition.
Marupe.
Actually, probably not a night expedition. I'll probably just go out into the field. But if I... You know, a contractor, when it comes to work, he's thorough, fast, reckless, and presumptuous, which also describes his plan to build houses here. I'm not entirely sure what my plan is right now. Because so far I haven't hit any major problems with the night expeditions in terms of difficulty. But part of me would also definitely like to make them easier. How many do I need for Mega Buff is the main thing, because I can get that other big treasure that I saw. I've got enough for Super Buff, so I'm gonna grab that.
저리다. 허스.
So yeah, I think my plan now is to go back out into the field, because I want to upgrade Chomp before I go back into the tower defense thing. Or at least get Ochi some kind of buffs. I don't know if there's any reason to save up for Headlamp. Rush Boots sounds tempting, but I think I want just a health boost. And now I gotta find the other person. I was gonna guess that they were in this open area. But maybe not. Didn't realize there was new gear. Maybe there was something in the other tab that I didn't look at. More absorbent damage done to your spacesuit is now halved. Or the thing I bought unlocks something else. And Dory Battle.
So far. No. Ururun? No, no, no.
Get gold in one battle.
Boru.
get gold in 3 battles. Okay, so now I can start going back to old stages. But this is only for Dandori battles, this isn't the trial runs, meaning there's probably going to be a separate NPC I unlock for the trial runs, who is probably one of the Leaflings. Get that big one. Grab that. Grab this. They are breaking something down over there. Apparently nuggets. Let's actually have Ochi go for the apple. How many treasures are left? There's a nugget over there. About to get a big score boost. Also, I just realized I didn't do this for any reason. Because I only needed golds, and I already had a gold for that. I need to do another Dandori battle in the field. So if he starts requiring platinums for one of the side missions, well, I guess I got that done. But, didn't think that went through, but I'm kind of glad I redid it. So yeah, next move is to go out explore during the day. If I get a chomp, then I'll go out at night. Otherwise, I just want to use that mega buff to get the huge treasure I saw. And also do that Dandori battle so I get another side mission done. And then it's just a case of chipping away at pretty much everything. I still need at least one new Pikmin type, which I'm hoping I find here. Because I'm missing one for the underground section for the area I was going to try to 100%.
아니.
So using Ochi, I can also travel across the water without too much problem.
뭐다고서.
Actually, was that treasure... Okay, that treasure's the underwater one. I can't do anything with that one until the water level goes down. That worked out surprisingly well. Yeah, downside of the ice pigment for this one is obviously that they will just kind of blow everything up. Big crap over there, but let's... get this opened up so I can get back to the ship. Somebody's getting damaged somewhere. Over there. And there's a cave over there that I might be able to reach. I think the move is to try to get the ship back over here. But I don't know if I should wait until the turn-in or just do it now. I don't really want to fight the two crabs with half my group. And there's definitely going to be some Pikmin to pluck up here, so I should probably just head back. Because I think this right now is too far out of the way. Because almost everything I'm going for is back in this corner, at least until the water goes down. I also didn't really look at how many Pikmin I'm back up to. Over 200 for every one except ice. So ice is probably very precious right now, at least until I find a way to refill them. I did just completely miss that charge. It's a good thing I did wait on this, because trying to deal with these geysers with 9 blue Pikmin would have sucked. I did forget that Ochi can just kind of heal off of those. I should really just jump up. I don't think there's any easy way for me to throw them up there. See, the problem with ice Pikmin seems to be that they're very weak. They freeze, but they don't do a lot of damage. Like, Ochi with unupgraded Chomp is doing almost as much damage as 10 of them. Yellow's fine. I think that's the lowest I have right now. And there goes the tide, so I can get that other treasure now, as soon as Ochi's done with that. I get the feeling like every landing spot is gonna be one of the nighttime expedition spots. So right now it is kind of a question of where do I want to go? Because there is a lot of stuff I could be doing. I think after this I'll go for the battle. There's a path I can build over there. There's this whole corner which seems to tie into that, so it's probably connected by caves or I have to jump up. There's a box over there I can push down that I haven't. It leads to a cave. And there's just this whole upper water side. Yeah, I think the move overall is to try to get more leafling battles because it basically guarantees me 2 pup drive levels because I just have to do 1 night expedition for every 1 time trial or battle. So let's get this one out of the way. Oops. What I would like to do is to find another place to land the ship. Avochi, bring that one back. Bonus find for stone enemy. Throw 3 up there. And then 1 on this one. They are already fighting the crabs. Mystery capsule. Okay, so now I gotta use items. I was very confused there because I was hitting buttons and nothing was happening. Ochi, go for that. Now there's 1 more yellow over here. I'm gonna throw it on that. And have Ochi just commit to this. golden sniffer. Heavy and values high. I feel like I'm in bad shape with this one. So I want, what's that item? Something just hit me. Okay, there's the golden sniffer over there. If I get that one, I should get huge bonus points. Let's have Ochi actually. There's a bonus item there. Gonna have Ochi go for that one. And they'll go for this one. I think I just teleported him somewhere. It did just hit me with a bomb. Well, I won, but it wasn't great. At least it didn't feel great. Still got a gold. So that's enough to get the side quest done. That one went weird because that was like one of the few times where we went in the exact same direction. We just immediately started colliding. So if I do one more cave, that should give me enough for Chomp, which then will make it a bit easier to do night expeditions with Ochi. I think that's fine. What I might want to do actually is swap out some ice Pikmin for some yellows, so I can go grab that statue. And also just defense mice. That did progress a lot of the day. Actually, I think I did a fair amount.
Mira? Amen.
Okay, so next move is to try to go grab that statue that I saw. I just figured yellows will make it easier. I don't expect it to be more than 10. And then I can also work on building the path over here. Apparently it is 20, also I forgot I can just do this. The building side is over here. So this will take, I am about to get a big material boost. This will take up a huge chunk of it and it'll probably end up breaking even. I think the next move is to try to get this. I do probably want to go for that treasure, or go back and gather everybody. Let's just have them keep working on this first. Because I've almost got enough blues for that. Why are there just a bunch of, idols? I did forget that I just did that. An ice spot over there. I guess my biggest question is, what is the purpose of this bridge other than to have a bridge? That looks like a mini boss, and it's a landing spot. I think I'm gonna ignore that for now. I need 30 to freeze this. Need 12 to carry that. Pile of nuggets was transported. So now I can just grab this. I at least moved it to a spot where I don't need water to carry it back. So yeah, there is still stuff I can do with ice Pikmin, like that one, those hydro berries that I saw. But I think the move tomorrow is to grab like 60 water Pikmin and just start tearing through that area early. Fishy Bed, Face Wrinkler, Crimson Banquet, Lamp of Inspiration, and a bunch of nuggets. Up to 16% after that one.
Go. Half.
Okay. Gotta report that one back.
Bottle.
Hoi!
3 battles done.
Ponienong?
Get gold in all battles. No way. The platinum's not required, but all gold is. Unless there's like another part after I finish that one that says platinum all of them. I can give myself a triple punch, which I will probably never use except by accident. This feels risky to only go out with 9 materials, but I think I want to get Ochi that upgrade. Tough Stuff Plus. And one more day expedition.
Hamon. Fishy.
Ideally, I would like to get that other landing spot. But there is also definitely other stuff I can do, like finish up carrying that one item I grabbed. And there's also a cave that I saw, but I have not been into yet. And then there's just a whole, like, 2/3 of the map that I haven't even set foot in yet. Yeah, first priority is definitely to try to get as many things as I can as fast as I can, and everything's blocked off by water. I don't need to worry about farming Pikmin because I have over 200 of everything. But I do need to work on flowers when I happen to see them. There's a cave over there. Gonna finish this. There's a box up here that I can push that I think I can get to. It gives me access to a cave and just another way down. Actually, I think I already have access to the cave, but the box just gives me a way down. Got the treasure. So that's just a way over there. Now let's clear out this. There's a clam there with something. Figured that was a dangerous idea. So I want to go grab everybody. I think I'll just do this. Okay, this feels like a boss, but maybe not. Move the base here and then call everybody back. Dirt wall demolished. Okay, so there's a way up there. This looks like a shortcut to the ship. What's in here? Bunch of materials, which is nice. Okay. Now to see if I can figure out what to do with this clam. That was a missed time. And I got it. Okay, almost got this area cleared out, and what's this? Rubber duckies. Okay, so right now, made a bunch of quick progress there. Need to refill the Pikmin who were lost. And everybody else is carrying back stuff. And I kind of just need to wait until the water goes out to deal with, like, those berries. And apparently if I clear those out, I have to build a bridge. See, I think the move now, while it is tempting to go for the cave, also there's another cave over there apparently, I think I just want to keep exploring to try to get a feel on what's over here. So I can see a treasure over there. And there goes the water. See, this area is still flooded, so it's not like it helps me much here. And 2 more treasures here. And 1 other enemy. Apparently a big hit there. I kind of thought they were going to pick that one up one by one. Didn't realize there was going to be just a random crab out now. And now I can also trade in some blues for some ice to get that. I want to wait till everybody's back because I can't get that many. Don't think I need to go over by the crab. And now for the auto. So yeah, once I get this, I think then I want to try to get at least one cave done. Actually didn't realize I could just one-shot these. That is exactly all of my material. Just gonna grab a stack of berries. The other ones are all at the bridge. Time is a little bit of concern. Okay, I did get 40 on it. But now I want to just find a cave and go to it. Preferably one that I won't have to go through again, so probably up there. Got the treasure. Beautiful scenery. When I'm surrounded by water, I can't help but feel one with the sea. Say, there aren't many places to land in here, so non-swimming Pikmin aren't able to do much. So I got to pretend I was on vacation for a little while, right? Wild Pikmin 2 question marks. Which seems immediately ominous. And I think this is actually my first cave of this area, and it will complete a side mission once I do it. I can freeze that if I get 100, which is probably not worth it. Okay, so if I freeze those, they automatically break. Is just good to know. Let's grab this. So while ice is really strong against those floating enemies, there are some areas that just have sprinklers that the ice Pikmin really hate. So I need raw material, of which I have none. Got a fishing rope. A little bit close. So it's still kind of a big problem that I don't have any materials, meaning I think I have to break down that wall in order to turn off everything. Unless there's another area that I can open up. It doesn't look like there is. So I think the move now is to ditch all of the ice Pikmin here. So that I can safely travel. And I think I want to break down the wall from this side if I can, because that'll give me the materials. Also, over 10,000 Sparkium. I'll just take this. There's an onion up there. That is not nearly as much as I was hoping for. So I think I've immediately come into a problem, because I somehow have to get ice Pikmin onto that, and they're going to constantly be drowning. And I don't know a workaround for that other than leaving the area and coming back later. Actually, wait a minute. Did I get enough materials for it and just didn't realize it? No. So there's no reason for me to go for that. This is the first time I've come to an area where I've just straight up run out of materials and there's no resupply around. And I don't fully know how to deal with it.
One more?
I think I just can't. Like, I think my only option is just to leave. Because I can't do anything about this jelly unless I can get rid of these. And they can't hit it unless it's frozen. There's no, like, random material deposits anywhere. So yeah, I think I'm just out of luck. Which sucks, because that's just a straight Pikmin upgrade. If the wall had dropped enough to grab it, I would have probably been fine, but it seemed like there was no way for that to happen.
What would you?
If nothing else, I guess that's a good lesson. Up to 80. I don't really know where the other Pikmin went. I did see like 3 of them ran off. I guess I found a path. So now where do I want to go? Okay, there is still one over there. The jelly over there. Leads me to a button, which probably opens a bunch of stuff. It did. Just completely missed the charge. And now I actually do need flowers. Defense is lowered. Gave me access to another duck, who was very much in prison. There's one short on that one, but 2 more treasures. I definitely need those materials. And something over here. Looks like a wind path over. And there's a castaway. Need them to not be on them. This actually might be a bad place to be. Okay, that worked out. And then there's this thing over here. And we got the castaway.
Honey.
New teacher at Alien Academy is putting her liberal arts degree to good use as the advisor to the Planetary Space Club.
Pinuco. Ponyanong.
And only needed one for that one. Okay. Still managed to hold on to 80 Pikmin. I feel like that should be everything. Never mind, there is at least one treasure left, unless that one is still coming. Which it is. There's still a treasure somewhere. Let's go find it. I thought I selected treasures. Never mind, I'm following for castaways. It's taking me down. Actually, I see him over there. Now, any other treasures, or is that the last two? I now have enough material to actually finish this if I was able to go up a floor. On the bright side, the exit isn't too far away for this if I have to go back and do it again. And we got everything. Assuming there's like no random onion, it'll actually notify me if there is, because it did with the last one. Oh, 46% done. This will be the first one that I won't be able to 100% on the first trip, because they just did not give me any materials and required it for the first level. Granted, I could have definitely tried to make sure I had some, but I just ran into a random cave. And it happened to be an unlucky one. Speaking of materials, they're gonna make me use more. I mean, at least they gave me like 6 now. So I see more materials down there, which I do want to grab. That's a bit of a problem. Okay, so I lost 5 there. But I think overall I'm fine. I need 100 to freeze this. Yeah, the problem with those is they just do a forward attack, where if any Pikmin happen to be by it, I just immediately lose them. Got a bunch back there. Now just for the materials. Did accidentally throw an ice Pikmin. Okay. So I am probably gonna have to build that bridge, because it looks like those are gonna get lowered at some point by the button over there, and then I have to just carry stuff back across. think actually means... I think I should still have enough materials I need to redo this. A bunch of flowers there. Guess I need to be higher up for that. And I got everything there. Let's have everybody regroup and then go for the big enemy there. Because I definitely want a full stack of ice, which I used a bunch there. Yellow Queen. What do the gold nuggets do? They're just another type of treasure. So basically, if I still needed points, I could turn them in. But I think I'm done with points. Other than it might unlock more gear, but I'm not entirely sure. Let's get more flowers if I can. And a bunch of materials over there. Open this up. My long-term guess might be that maybe there's a side mission for getting a certain number of nuggets, but that would just be a guess. Because I know there's one for treasures, but for treasure-like things like that, it doesn't seem like there's a clear reward. One too many. And I found some teeth. Nothing back here. I do not have enough blue Pikmin with me to pick that up. But didn't realize that there was some planted underwater there. I've kind of been avoiding the water. So that being said, I should probably disband here to get the ice just somewhere safe. Get off of Ochi, because they can't dive. And grab these. So if the teeth get turned in and then the radar goes away, then I'm done. There does seem like there's likely going to be stuff here. Tail drop is nice. So I wonder if Ochi was going to try to pop those, but it seems like he won't. Okay, so the teeth turned in, but there's still something else. Question is, where is it? So let's have Ochi just auto to it. Just a bunch of little swords. Now, was that all of them? No. So either I missed one or there's a different treasure. I guess just another one over here. I should probably check over here, because that seems to be the pattern. And that's the last one. So other than the first floor that I have to redo, pretty much 100% of everything. But it seems like there's at least one more. And I have plenty of materials for what I do have to redo it. Very big frog. And it looks like that's the only thing standing between me and the exit. Trying to see if there's anything else randomly around. The hellos are very good. Oh, he's very fast. I don't think that was intended, but I'll take it. So I think I just accidentally froze him in the air, so the fall damage killed him. Oh, let's just make this easy. And found the castaway. So I got some more ice Pikmin to get flowers for.
Yamo?
Yeah, the idle Pikmin do very much match their photo. Environmental ecologists join the team to research Pikmin ecology and decipher their mysterious relationship to whistles.
Eddie!
Good. So I'll need to check what time it is once I leave, but I might need to just immediately come back into this cave. So I'm leaving with 91 Pikmin. My main hope is that I don't have to fight the boss again, because redoing one floor is not too bad, but having to refight a boss, even though I accidentally did it in a cheesy way, could be just a little bit tedious. So let's see what we got. False Lollipop, Maestro Flavor, Maternal Sculpture, Planetary Rubber Cutie, Dapper Blobs, Trap Lids, Octopus is very good, Mystery Squishfish, Rush of Foolishness, Monster Teeth, Spirit Sword, Greed Inducement Device, and a bunch of other stuff. So I should have enough materials if I need to redo that. And I'm definitely going to want to, because that's just an upgrade for Pikmin. 07 for Lost Pikmin. Although I did leave with way more than I entered with, because I came in with 60 and left with 91. Well, apparently it's too close tonight. So I'll have to do that another day. I'm trying to take a peek at the map. Bunch of materials over there that I can grab. Fruits I can break if I go up that way. Another cave I haven't been into over there, and then one over there. There's a lot of stuff that I can do here. I think I'm going to pivot and go for Night Expedition. Can't bring back the dead. But I can claim that they weren't with me to start. They might have just been wild ones. They were the daring cave explorers from the beginning. Watching Monster, listen. Sometimes you gotta cut your losses. Because I could have definitely reset some of those rooms, but it's fine. So many friends. Yeah, we're up to 19 rescues. Many treasures. So what are the other new ones I got? Giant's Fossil, Zest Bomb, Dawn Pustules, Ring of Return Shield, Bright Sword, and a Mock Bottom. Bing Bang.
Oh! Yaha! Nyara!
Okay. I already turned that one in. How am I doing on flowers? Because I feel like I'm 2 treasures away from getting that one. Apparently I've already done over 200 for that one. I feel like that's an ongoing one. I don't know if I can actually clear that one out. Yeah, because it didn't save as a cleared one, so I think that's just a passive one for the whole game. Where every 300 flowers I just get 30 materials. So while good to do, it's less important.
Boom!
Expanded into a new area for the command post.
Oi!
20 free materials. I have 82, but I don't know if I want to spend any more right now. I guess there isn't anything I want that's really cheap. So, time for tower defense.
Aaron,
Actually, I do need to train Ochi. I forgot about that.
Tunkre,
Gotta give Ochi a bigger bite. Very good rating. Learn Big Chomp. Leaps at creatures in the air. He can one-shot the smaller Bulborbs. And that one's just a damage boost. I think I want to go to Master Dig. Dig does not have a new ability. Okay. Chomp should make this easier.
コッペ
Let's do all of the danger level 1s first. I don't know if I'm gonna commit to doing everyone, but probably at least a few. Also, that's a really good tip. Apparently, the more night expeditions I do, glow Pikmin are just really strong for caves. Select the luminol you want Ochi to protect and give him the command. Fight any creatures that come close. Okay. I can just set Ochi up to guard something. Campedo. Ah, yeah. Just little candies. Yeah, the glow Pikmin are pretty good.
なあブルーナ
Here comes the enemies. They are going for the main one, so I need to defend them.
Come on.
They're going for the trick one already.
ノーツの
And they got it. This one I want to attack from this way.
Station your foot.
There's a whole bunch coming over there. But overall, not too bad. The glows come back immediately. Yeah. So I don't actually have to go pick them, but the main goal of this is I have to keep that tower alive. And they do still have to carry the nutrients back to the game. And also they can do this. And we won.
Ululun. Intero.
And we got our goo.
Aman.
Okay. So I want to do at least 3 of those to get a good upgrade. It is definitely the most goo out of the many goos. Okay, so what new person do we get? Got a more glow Pikmin to keep.
Chom.
Yeah, that's how we cure him. So we had to get the doctor who unlocked night expeditions. And his cure is we have to defend a tower until dawn because it sprays out goo.
Kobelu.
Ngana.
Tony.
Marupe.
Big Bernard vibes. Seems like a good vibe. Also, I think if we get Bernard back, I can technically win the game. What kind of dog is Yanni? Yanni is the doctor.
Marupe.
Who has a very mushroom hairstyle. Most of the names of dogs, oh. I actually didn't catch on to that. Until just now. Also, we found Bernard. Veteran pilot who's started in private sector before joining the rescue corps. He's always brimming with optimism. Yeah, I guess like Holland was probably the one who threw me off because he's the first one I found.
Tatasuru. Tatatoko. Ba. Puketrubo. Oh.
Okay, so I still have to get Olimar.
Pick a new spell. Yaha.
Long last, my goal to collect all lost SS Dolphin parts is nearly complete. According to the ship's radar, the remaining pieces are inside a giant structure. The life support system is reaching its limit. One last push now.
立ったろ
Har du larm? Get up!
ぶって
Very good, Wag. Call's coming from inside the house. This is accurate.
Fattigt jag.
All set to their new skills. What do you want to say?
ナウスカちゃん なん
Save everyone who got leafified.
うーん
Tier 6 leaflings. So I know there's at least 10 that I can find, but I get rewards if I cure 6.
首や
I bloomed enough Pikmin to get this one. It feels like the night expeditions kind of break some of these submissions. I think every glow Pikmin that I made counted towards that.
ハウプチ
Neka pokko. Tonduru.
Search for the students that came here.
Nandanju.
I have found none of the students. Yeah, it seems like it's a club ship. Because it's a planetary club, I think they mentioned in one of the logs. But also, very bold choice for a field trip. Also, I did do enough caves so I can turn this one in.
乾杯よ
フッス
15 caves. There's at least 5 caves I haven't been in. Is there anybody else I haven't talked to? There was a new area that opened up. And there's somebody over there.
なもん タクタクそう テングレイ ハープチ
This is a very tiny guy. Also OG for scale. Okay, so this one is just to get all the onion upgrades. Oh, so there's at least 2 more. I'm assuming I need to get up to 100 to get it maxed out. I don't like how these flowers are blinking at me. And suddenly I'm up to over 200 materials.
Humu. Nani.
So do I make Ochi tougher? Or do I go faster? I think I want to go faster.
Hiểu lắm.
And I still have 3 more leaflings to cure, so I'll do at least a couple more of these.
Naville.
I think I'll go for 2 more. So I think that gets me the other mission done. And gets Ochi an upgrade. For every 5 glow Pikmin I propagate at night, I get 1 to take back. That's probably good to know. Danny fan of Pikmin? That's not inaccurate. Creatures are getting more active. That is the stuff that makes more glow Pikmin. Oh, so I think it's like for every 3 or so that I turn in, I get 1 Pikmin out of it.
Look out!
Creatures on the trick null.
Well, hey!
I think they can fly up to grab it. Never mind, they just return. There are definitely a lot more enemies here, and this is kind of a more awkward space. one more coming in. And then these two. Take too much damage, won't get the medicinal ingredients you need from it. I accidentally let go of my stun there. Well, we won. Well, okay. I will say the setup time for this is very short. But at least it's not graded, so I don't have to go for like a certain score. Okay, another expedition done. Do at least one more. And also see what we got. Glow Pikmin cannot die. It is canon they are immortal.
What? Yaha.
So I guess glow pigment are just like energy lights that defend the tower anyway. We just kind of guide them. I only got 8 for that, so does that mean that only the seeds I get count? Oh, he's on search of that next uncharted planet to explore, as well as someone who wants to hear tales of his past adventures. Okay, so what? Oh, he likes the time trials.
Campaio. Potable. Harpy. Patarope.
Oh, I got a golden challenge.
Pochko.
I need to get gold in one more challenge. There is a challenge I only got a bronze in. I think we're doing that one. It does seem like these challenges don't progress the day, which is nice. A very quick dig. Have Ochi help with that. There's just kind of one over here. I need Ochi to go over here and dig this out. Grab all these. Those new boots are really gonna help me out here. Boy. Got that one. On Ochi on that one. And apparently I had enough to grab that. As soon as Ochi's done with that, I need him to come back and go in this area. There are just some random idle Pikmin over here. And out she goes. So where do I want to go now? Probably over here. Get this down. Apparently there's another thing for him to dig. Almost back up to bronze with 3 minutes on the clock. Oh, she's grabbing that. Okay, got that one. Need 12 for that one. So I won't be able to grab that one for a few minutes, so I want to use the reds on this. And let's see if I can grab this. I only have a minute left, so a little bit down to the wire. And I really need a lot of yellows, which is a problem. I need the yellows to beat these electric beetles safely. Can definitely use the other one, but I'm out of time. I got the gold though, so it doesn't matter. And yeah, that little corner was the only thing I missed. So we go, and I get the credits for that one. Which puts me at way too many materials now. If I have at least 40 extra, I might try to buy the other upgrade for Ochi.
Patarabe. Hapri. Pochko.
And there's 3 more. Okay. So next thing I want to do is one more nighttime training.
Tunkre.
I get the feeling that the last area that I have to go to is gonna be a lot larger than I assume. Because I'm not sure how they would fit in like 3 other challenges. For each type, presumably. It definitely seems like they intend for Ochi to have the flying ability, or the ability to attack flying enemies. At least by the time I get to this point. I am seeing a lot of those.
Yumu. Inturo.
Grab those. There's a, looks like maybe a Triconol over here. More enemies are going active, and they're by the main one. Didn't realize this was here. Apparently Ochi is just fighting stuff over here. A big cooldown on that one. And they go. Big group over here on this one. Not going for the main one yet. Apparently that just completely whiffed. Just gotta live for 8 seconds. Or if that's the last one, I win automatically. Either way works. Ochi was doing real good work there. Because it seems like they did kind of hard focus Ochi instead of going for the tower. And I think that's all of the level 1 difficulty areas done. So now back to the day expedition. Question is, do I gamble on trying to 100% the one area, or just go back to the one that I was working on? I did defeat every creature. Ochi's got 3 points to spend. Only 7 seeds that time.
Lulun. 아니.
どこですか
Mga ano,
Very good. Also, it just kind of hit me that I'm halfway done with the main quest. And if I get 2 more treasures, I get another side mission done. And that might give me the final count on all treasures. I will say this game so far seems a lot beefier than I expected, but I don't know if there's any other major areas other than the one that Olimar's at.
무릎대.
Leader of a division research task force. It may seem like he doesn't work at all, but he's the glue that keeps the team together.
そば
Okay. First things first, let's go for training.
あら Hi
But I don't really know what I want to level up. Say Big Chomp is tempting. I feel like Doggy Paddle is the way to go. And then I'll save up for the dive ability.
パマレコ
And then there's one new person to talk to.
Mekapako, Hamum, Muru, Utskaloo,
Apparently there's 6 more researchers. Yeah, I feel like the castaways are kind of the one objective that's going to be surprisingly large. There's 3 systems that go into it. It's all the trials. Every cave pretty much has a few. Let's go ahead and I want to save materials, so let's go air armor instead of the health increase.
ขับผีล่ะ
Nupo?
I'm also still missing at least one, if not two more upgrades for the onion. Apparently I already unlocked the other area because I needed 7,000 for it. That seems like it's gonna be the last area, so I think I want to avoid that one. Let's try to finish up this one. Or at least finish up the cave that I started. And then try exploring around a little bit more. Because I only need to find 2 treasures, but I really want that upgrade for the Pikmin. It's hard to pass up another free 10 Pikmin out in the wild.
No.
I think I'm just gonna run straight for the cave, and it'll let me pick the Pikmin once I'm there. I wonder if I'm able to leave early or if I have to finish every sub-level. This will probably be a good test for that either way. Yellow guard following. That is accurate. So it seems like it saves progress, which is great for me. Because that means even if I have to go through the other sub-levels, I've already cleared out every enemy. So once that's clear, then I think I just go up this way. Meantime, let's go for this little patch over here. They are turning it. And we got it. Okay, nice, easy, complete. I just kind of want to see if it'll prompt me to leave or if I just have to go down. There's no option below the ship. So I think I just have to go down every pipe until I leave. But it seems like if everything's cleared out, then that's great. It is nice that they added that quality of life adjustment after 2 so I don't have to redo every cave. If I like miss one thing or don't have the materials to get one thing. And I get free ice Pikmin out of it. Inferno, welcome in. Down we go. I did forget how many levels in this. I think it was 4. Ochi Leaftail? They did mention it after a story thing. Yeah, it's probably fine. He only slightly looks like Olimar's companion. Just a mysterious dog of unknown origins who seems to keep growing randomly. Is this the Master Hop Cave? With the big frog, yeah. I cleared it out, but I wasn't able to get the, onion upgrade because I didn't have enough materials, so I had to come back through. But since I already cleared out the cave, everything is still cleared. So you can get over the name Master Hop. It is a pretty good name for a frog. Although I did accidentally one-shot them by freezing them while they're in the air. So it was a very underwhelming fight. Almost 100 Pikmin. And we got what I wanted. So how much time passed for that? Because it should have only been 1/6 of the overworld time, and I was not in there very long.
Honey.
I think I'm gonna go this. And now I gotta figure out where to go. I would say probably the best will be to go for that cave. I need to go around this way. Temperature keeps dropping the further I dive underground. It's as if I'm in a sauna, but the air is stiflingly cold instead of hot. Spacesuit protects me, but the Pikmin keep shivering. I wonder if there's a way I could warm them up down here. And I get the feeling this is gonna spit me out on the other side, which will put me in easy reach of a bunch of other stuff. It is kind of neat that I can see if there's onions in this area just because if it shows on the overlay there. More gold nuggets. Didn't mean to pause them there. Am I enjoying Pikmin so far? Yeah. It's got a bunch of nice little quirks, and I really like the changes to the progression system. The only downside is I don't really get a feel for how long the game is going to be. It isn't necessarily a bad thing. Gonna have Ochi help with that. It's storming there. Surprisingly it's not storming here, but we've been dealing with a lot of those. Let's grab this. Kiwi. Did I get everybody there? Looks like I did. You keep thinking it's Tales of Pikmin. I get the feeling Ochi is probably from here. Because Olimar's... Actually, I think they actually did say that. Because Olimar, I think, found his companion here. And I'm just wondering how that's gonna turn out in terms of story. What is this? Don't do that. Also, apparently don't do that. It's poison. That's probably a good find. I think I'm gonna use blue. And we found him. That was a very good sneeze. Rare white Pikmin come from white candy pop bulbs that bloom in caves. They're small and notably faster on their feet. Attacks are lacking, imbued with enough poison to be lethal to a Bulborb. Wily Pikmin are resistant to poisonous gas themselves. Invader Zim looking. They are. I actually do kind of see the Zim. Should have actually probably sent the blue there, but it's fine. And there's the exit. Grab the nuggets. And I think once those are turned in, that's everything. So we go. It is a bit upsetting that it doesn't seem like they'll be joining the onion. Unless there's like something further down. So I think it said that they only come from candy pops in that description. And it does feel a little bit weird to introduce a new Pikmin type this late that seemingly is hard to gather. Okay, the button's frozen. There's a castaway over there. Pikmin shivering from the cold. Pikmin 4 spaces, Pikmin out across more space than other games.
Horn.
Rouse them with a whistle. If they jump on Ochi, they'll warm up. So I think in that case what I want to do is dismount and disband. Then just have Ochi keep them with him. Apparently that resolved it. So now that I've cleared that out, I can start using a bunch of other different types of Pikmin. But now there's a bunch of water everywhere. And I got him. Also got the button. And way back. I'll gladly take more white Pikmin. And we're up to 80. There's one big enemy that's kind of just in the way. There we go. Gonna maybe have... Ouch, you can't grab anything here. One did get frozen.
Watch out!
Unless I freeze this, which I can. But it might be easier to just... Oops. Don't want them there. I think I can send the ice on that now because the path back is frozen. So now I can just break this. Hopefully there's enough room to get through. And we got the castaway.
Kanuko.
Founder of the Alien Academy's Planetary Science Club, student was determined to see the stars along with their friends. Found the first of the 3 students. Okay, they didn't make it across. Didn't realize those were blocking the path. Don't need to break it, but just to be safe. Because I just noticed a bunch of quests popping up at the bottom. Wondering where the 10 were that I'm missing, but that checks out. There we go. I was gonna say I could really use some nectar, but it seems like I won't be able to freeze the enemies here.
Look at you.
Oh, this seems like another case where I should just disband and let Ochi. Didn't mean to do that. I wanna see if there's an easy way to get them to ride Ochi. It seems like there's not. It sort of just seems like I have to unfreeze all those. Okay, got rid of the cold air. And more Pikmin. The wind sounds good. I did kind of want to see if he could impale one of these, but it seems unclear. And we got him. Gates open. This is now switching in story mode. Bunch of nectar. So I think the move is I just need to see if they... Apparently it takes 30 to carry them. I think I have to clear a path. He kills by inhaling. Yeah, I just wanted to see if, like, maybe he could suck up one of the boulders to interrupt him, but... one without checking. Popular for brave reporting style, she was approached by a director to work on a project about this strange new planet.
No?
It definitely seemed like inhaling and the falling parts were the only things to damage. Also, that is the finger. Let's have Ochi grab that. They are doing good work. It's all very good working noises. And that seems like everything. It's gonna clear out all the ice, cause why not? Nice, clean arena and all fun. Animal Crossing did another thing with the art update. Oh, you're doing a riff on this? I was gonna say, I wouldn't be surprised if Animal Crossing did an update that was just kind of more of the same thing. Memory fragment, left edge. I found True Goo. Contemplation Station. There's many other goos, but that is the one true goo. It is a real good name for the thinker. Making a sign with that and putting it over your toilet. Okay. New Pikmin type for the main menu. But just gonna stick with the main ones. Oh, where am I now? I'm not where I was hoping I'd be. So I guess that means... I need to go to this cave over here. Shortly into my explorations, a loud bang echo throughout the cave. Memories have been clouded by fear, but I do recall that there was nothing I could do with blue Pikmin. Ran away in desperation, the rest is a mystery. Okay, so I can only bring in blue. Because this cave is underwater. In Golf Castle, so this is the obvious Pikmin 2 callback of only blue. Where all the enemies are like fire. Except now we have Ochi, who is also fireproof. At least I think I got him the fireproof upgrade. I'm pretty sure I did at least. Let's check. You think water would be resistant to fire? My assumption would have been that the water Pikmin would have just run into the water to put it out, but I don't think that's the case. If your internet goes out, good luck. Also, good luck to your internet. And we'll run into fire. Of course, you ran into fire. Yeah, I was hoping they would round that corner, but they did immediately go for the fire. Gate over here. So I need to find out a way to safely beat them. Which this is probably my best guess. I was kind of hoping when I attacked them it would not get the fire. Oop. Looks like it was a link pop. Sorry about that. Also, thanks for the clip. That is gonna spit out fire. It was a little bit too quick. That one is on me. I have not looked into exceptions for the no links. You never seen it where the link stays after being timed out. I know it's a BT or Better Twitch TV setting. Yeah, you're just hanging out. I don't like the way that one jiggles. I went too early again. Oh, good.
Come on.
Non-existent entity. Bomb rock shows no sign of working against this creature, never mind Pikmin attacks. Does his body not actually exist in this dimension? Maybe if I hit it with a gravitational wave, the dimension will converge and it will show itself, but is that possible? This really is the Pikmin 2 callback. Although now we do have little caves to hide in. So the question is mostly just how do I approach this? I think what I want to do first is get rid of this. And have OG break that. Can't really see where they are. Get it back there. I think I'm safe in here, but just to be sure. Looks like I am. Need to move my beat to make sure I get as many flowers as I can. I might have been able to get everything there if I was a little bit quicker in setting it out. Push into the next sub-low for now? Absolutely not. It says I'm still missing a treasure, which is a little bit of a problem. Because where could it be? Over there? Where are they going? They are just kind of flexing on the treasure. If I can get them over this other side, I should be safe. Don't like them hanging up there. The one downside of this one compared to Pikmin 2 is the response to the whistle is not immediate. So I feel like I have to go way early. Perfect round. Now I just need to leave if the radar goes. Which it did. Only 20% done.
Dido?
So I know speed is key. Didn't think that was gonna work. Okay, found the exit. It seems like it's marking that there's something near here. Maybe back here. But I think I have to lower that. Did lose a few. Okay, pathway open there. And nothing back there. I do want to probably keep an eye on all the Pikmin so the steamroller doesn't just go run everybody down who's turning stuff in. What's my favorite fruit? Probably tomatoes. I think the roller won't show up. If it's like Pikmin 2, then it won't give me a warning when he drops in, he'll just kind of show up. So many specifics for you to know if you like him. Actually wasn't sure if that would work, and I'm kind of glad it did. Why would Ochi need to go in here? Button. Didn't realize there was gonna be another spider. Kinda just wanna wait till that group is passed.
Oh, wow.
Okay. And there they are. Okay, so they are giving me more warnings. Problem is, where are they now?
What?
Oh, good.
Oh.
And that's rewind. First time I've used the rewind in this. But that was just too big of a loss immediately. I gotta say, didn't expect them to spawn in the path where everybody was traveling. There's multiple things leading up to that that were problems. The biggest two of which... one is that there's a spider over here who created a problem. Because he just kind of grabbed the castaway. And the other one was... not knowing where the guy was going to spawn in. Get the spider. I think the move now is, since I know they're coming, I need to be a little bit more careful. And here he comes. So can I get everybody rounded up? No. if they're in this hallway, they're pretty much doomed. Only losing 3 I can deal with. It's just kind of real rude of them to spawn him basically in the room with the ship. Because like, even if I had transported it faster, I would have probably still had it. He would have just gone through the ship to everybody who was idle. Downside now is I need to figure out a safe way back there. Down a long, straight hallway. Also, I can't turn the camera in there. I think the idea would be to try to get him to come down here, but I don't think there's any way to do that. Unless I can get Ochi down here. Or he just randomly decides to. But I can't get back. So this way only works in the sense that I could send Ochi into the pipe and then have Ochi solo carry it. And he really just went to the end of that hallway and turned around.
Euro.
Like, I feel like I need to be somewhere that de-aggroes him. And hopefully he goes to the other side of the ship. But it seems like he just lives here. Okay, so they do get fooled by the stealth. Just a little bit further.
Go.
Member of the Planetary Science Club at Alien Academy who believes the stars are inextricably linked to the ore she collects.
Mohei.
I think that means one more student. Also, based on that description, that might be the person who wants the nuggets, because it said they collect ore. Told you no. So I think they can come up here. Or maybe not. If they can, they've not made an attempt. Just kinda need them to start going down the hallway again. They have decided not to. I wonder if I hang out like in this corner long enough, will they leave? Or are they just kind of guided to vaguely where I am? Looks like they left. Okay, so far only having lost 5 Pikmin, with another floor done. Seems to be going okay. So there we go. I think that was only another 20% for that. So 1, 2, 3, 4 Sparklium. So I get the feeling that's electricity. Seems like nothing back here. How about you go for the spider, because they're seemingly pretty good against them. And the electric ones are definitely going to be the worst. Apparently I can move the ship. Almost cleared a path back. And there's the exit. There's the button. Okay, got all the fences lowered. So I feel like I've nearly got the area opened up, but now it's just waiting for big guy to come back. He managed to break that in time. Can't use this space right now. And bring the base over. I don't know if the charge helped there at all. Chips and salsa. Not a big fan of salsa. Chips, though, I'll take. And another potato. And there they are. They're by the button, so they're to my right. Gentlemen? Also, I've already got all the treasures. So the only thing I didn't grab, I think, was a random enemy. In which case, I can just go. Most efficient floor yet. They apparently have mold. Okay. That could have gone better. They're throwing a lot of poison at me. Oh, let's try to get more flowers. More poison there, but I get bomb rocks if I beat these. Don't like that there's a big blinking flower there. What's over this way? And there's the exit. Gonna have Ochi deal with that. Can I command Ochi to come back? No. So I have to go grab him. I should maybe get that upgrade eventually, because that seems like it could be good. Rude. I did forget about that almost immediately. Mango is in the thing that popped out, or the thing I picked up? Might be. I don't know if I've seen a mango to know what they look like readily. Yeah, there they are. Okay, so that revealed the last treasure. I think right now I'm fine. Just want to make sure he's heading vaguely this way. Apple. He is coming back this way. So maybe I try to hang out here. They are aware of my presence. I could just kind of run for it, but I would like to stay by the treasures if I could. I'll wait until he's like halfway through the other room before I go. Okay, so at least it's closer. Like now I can kind of lure him further this way because I think it's closer to the ship.
Let's go!
Again, if I was real clever, I could have the captain, like, luring him away while I have Ochi just drag things away. But that seems very risky, because I will definitely not look at the captain for long enough and he'll get run over. Almost got one of the pieces at least, although it's the... definitely not the important one. But anything to clear the path is probably good. Okay, they're over there. In terms of pure speed, I think I win. And as long as that's the last thing here, there we go. And it is. So where was the exit? I think it was over here. Also, this should be the last floor if we're going 20% every floor. Oh, and I guess back to mangoes. I think the thing I always associate with mangoes in terms of appearance, from what I've heard, is like the Crash Bandicoot fruits, the Wumpa fruits.
Dr. June?
I don't want to do that yet. And we got the purple Pikmin. Oh, they are much more notably big in this.
Yeah?
One purple Pikmin has the strength and weight of 10 regular Pikmin. They lack in speed, they make up for in force. Their other impact is powerful enough to emit gravitational waves. Only found in underground, so I must handle with care. Takes 100 to weigh that down, which probably frees the boss. I didn't realize I could have kept going. And we got him. Gates open. I didn't quite catch what kind of disc it was. Don't forget this one. It was Wave Race. Archaeologist tracking the path of civilization across the universe. He hopes his discoveries will shock the world of academia.
뻗대죠.
Okay. There's still treasure somewhere.
새가 될까? 뭐래?
Okay. Goo for the Goo Gods. Definitely not letting him get away with hiding his Goo stash. Also, only 4 more goos left. Many treasures. Oh, we got the Noble Goo. Glinty circular disc. And yeah, it is Wave Race. Insect Condo. Difficult Choice Totem. Turn of Events track. Memory Fragment, bottom probably. Scaly Custard. Crushed Nugget. Secured Satchel. Juicy Gaggle. Ice Sword. Hoop of Passion, and Vanishing Cookie. And we got another type of Pikmin to add to the ship. I guess my concern about them adding white and purple pigment this late is it only feels like it's for the cavern that they came from. There's a duck. They are recommending me bring them along, though. Absolutely not. If I only get 10 and the only place to get them is there, even though it probably doesn't respawn, I'd rather not find out. So it's nearly the end of the day. I need to open the shortcut here. I don't have to go through the cave just to get back up here. You can farm purples on the 5th floor there. I assume so. I would just definitely rather not unless I have to. I don't know if there's anything I've come across that I've need purples for. Not really sure what the purpose of this spot is. Berry with a spider over there. There is a few more treasures up here. $30 to freeze this, which is actually quite tempting. Then I can just get rid of those fish safely. And then the last 3 should already be back at the ship. And we're good. So how much is left here? I just unlocked a bunch of minerals There's treasure up there. There's another cave over there that I just didn't see. There's still quite a bit here that I can do. But I think I'm gonna go back to the second area to see if I can do the cave there. Because I got 2 new types of Pikmin, I just want to see if either of them match up to the one it wants. Although it is tempting to go on another night expedition, I don't know if I got any major upgrades that I would want to apply and then go for it. I think I only have 2 leaflings I can still cure. And I think everything I got was from caves, so I've probably already read over them all. $57% for that one.
あれ
Claro.
Pikmin?
も
I'll still need 5 more researchers. I have 3 that I can turn in. So about to get a whole bunch of materials. So maybe I will get enough upgrades to maybe go on another expedition. Also, apparently we expanded.
ボン
Maatse.
おい
We can fit anyone else you rescue while we're on this planet. And just 20 more material.
Hamen. Oi.
Think I want to do the air chomp. And then I got 2 points to max out doggy paddle. And that's all my points.
Kora Harry. Moja nakasan.
Actually only have 1 who I can cure.
タノパよ
And I found 75 creatures.
やあはに
100 for the next one. How many treasures are we up to?
Yaharin.
150. Okay. And also new side quests.
おい
And
ボール Ponienong 特にスパ
Okay, so he wants me to report in when I build stuff, which I've probably done quite a bit.
ブークトルパ
10 structures. 20 structures.
ベア
And the last one is just build all of them. Apparently gotta find their crew. Find the 3 TV crew members. I will say every quest that tells me to find like X amount of people and I found 0 of them. Definitely feels like there's just a whole bunch of castaways hidden everywhere. I know there's more stuff to turn in.
メイクノー どろど
And yeah, it still seems like that one's just an endless one if I ever need raw materials. Are there any more to turn in? No, but I could if I do the last leafling that I have. With these designs for high schoolers, it is very much throwing me off.
Papa no pada.
Oh, so they don't have any quests. What upgrades can I get?
バイ
Increase the whistle's range by a lot. Total amount and locations of the treasure. Won't be impeded by sticky paths. That is way too expensive for what that is. Immune to poison? Absolutely. No new items. I've also not really used any items other than the bomb rocks on a single wall. I think I want to do one nighttime. Meandering slope. And we go. I guess one thing I didn't think about, but it is kind of neat that I could kind of break that last area I was in just by using glow seeds, especially in that first floor. Good thing I got that one. That could have been a problem. Got the dirt mound. Seems like everything's clear. And there's a big one. Another larva spot up there, and another big one coming in. Okay. And we won. It was definitely a big boost figuring out that they were spawning more larvae in through those dig spots. I wonder how they do the enemy counter for this, because it seemed like it was supposed to be infinite for the larva as long as I leave the spot open. Or does it just cut the counter off at whatever I happen to knock out? Okay, 20 days in. 6 out of 6 leaflings done. At least out of the ones I have.
Ani? Yaha. Are? Koppe. Hamrun? Anilo.
Okay. Who do I turn that into? Bernard? Yeah, okay, so he's back by the ship. Yeah, let's see if I can't 100% another area today. And that would seem like a very good place to round off the stream if I can.
Murupe.
'True gambler revels in the game of life and leaves it all up to fate. He came to this planet with high hopes and high stakes.
말했고.
The new spell.
$30 more materials.
Oh.
6 out of 9. 6 out of 9 leaflings, nice.
Can appeal. Puhanim. Kutu.
Defeat more than 100 creatures indigenous to this planet.
Canopile.
Okay. So I already got it. Also 300 creatures.
Taktakuso.
1,000 creatures.
Kopchi.
And I think that's everything I need here. Other than buying more equipment. So I should have enough to risk spending something big. I feel like I should grab the treasure gauge. Or treasure gauge plus. I'm gonna hold on to the other 70.
Hamon. Kanyuko.
Oh, so back to Arcadia. Because there's not a whole lot here to do. I know there's one cave, and I'm hoping that's the last 14%. Other than there's at least one overworld treasure that I remember. Looks like there's... Oh, so I can just see the count now. So 18 treasures, but then an unknown number of rescues. Meaning there's probably an upgrade to show me how many rescues there are. Let me do that. Okay, so there's 2 treasures way to the north. And the other cave spot is way over there. So everything's kind of on the northern side. Meaning I probably want to move the ship over here, in case I don't finish everything up. This actually looks familiar, so yeah, there was a thing here I could have dug that I didn't find. Found a harmonica. Oh, let's have the ice go for that one. And the last one is up there somewhere. I'll gladly take those materials. Let's see. So that should be all the overworld treasures. Now I just need the cave, and I think I'm done here. Okay, there's enemies up there, but I don't need to fight them, as far as I can tell. Oh, still saying that there's treasures up here. Apparently attracts caves. Still saying 2 suggested with 1 question mark. So again, either a Pikmin type I haven't found, or it's one I find here. 16 treasures in total, and then an unknown number of rescues. So that being said, I found 2 treasures. I know there's 18 I'm missing, so that means every treasure is here. Let's go for this. And break that. Don't want them grabbing all the stuff here. because the path is by no means cleared. Okay, apparently Oichi is fireproof, but I am not, so I can't go on the floor. Also, I forgot they can just go through the bars with these. They didn't need to worry about those. I nearly got everything. If this is what I can expect out of this cave, though, then this should be a real easy one. And we got everything. And we found rock Pikmin. There they are. They're doing a real good roll. The hard rocky rock Pikmin, they break crystal walls with their stout bodies and tough headbutts, survive being stepped on, and can be pierced by needles. Despite their sturdiness, they can still be crushed on hard surfaces or by some creature's teeth.
Huss.
Couchy.
And there's the exit. Nothing else back there. Bunch of materials over there I can grab. Nothing back there. I'm hoping... If they're giving me rock Pikmin here, I haven't seen an onion yet, so I kind of expect to see one here. But I wonder if that's gonna be the last one. I guess I'll have to wait till I see if the side quest completes. I'll wait for this group, get the full body, and then charge that Volborb. Bamboo shoot. And I think that should be everything here. There we go. Nature's Candy series. I'm kind of curious how many series I've actually finished, because I've not really been keeping an eye on that. I feel like I'm gonna finish a bunch after this one. And I guess boss time.
지도?
Easy boss. Granted, it was a callback, but I think Rush with that case did kind of break that.
해리!
Dedicated composer traveling with a famous opera singer and a TV crew, hoping to find inspiration for an upcoming project.
도망?
And that's immediately both a crew member and 3 other treasures. Also, that whistle did immediately come in handy for that boss, because I could have definitely been in a range where I wasn't able to reach him. And everything here. So we go. This seems like it's gonna be a deeper cave. But since I ran into a boss and it's not the end, and I'm only halfway done. But it seems like it's more of a combat trial instead of a puzzle one.
뉴파! 여보?
First things first. Another duck in prison for their many crimes. There we go. Got a candy cane. They are slightly stuck. And there's still something left. But where could it be? Over there. I did forget about these. But I think as soon as those are turned in, I can just go to the next floor. Because nothing else was marked. There we go. Also, I did just notice I have a whole lot of leaves, so I could really use some nectar at any point. Two-thirds of the way done. So I'm guessing there actually isn't none in here because I didn't see one on the summary screen there. More materials there. Just spit out a bunch of dice. And I don't think I lost any Pikmin there, or at least if I did, it was an even number of 5. So that one group that was half of the remaining treasures. I don't like that they're heading this way. That was a very nice material drop. Almost up to 15,000 Sparklium. Okay, so I'm still unlocking gear, so there is a use for points. I wasn't entirely sure outside of exploring, but I did just see now that I got new gear. What is that one pinging spot? Apparently I just lost a wild rock Pikmin. But that should be everything. Definitely seems like there's gonna be at least one other boss. Okay, one treasure and one rescue. Or maybe one rescue. Final sub-level. With 2 enemies. We're definitely both right there. Okay, so the back doesn't do a lot of damage. That was a little bit unfortunate there. And I got him. Rush was definitely the way to go. Yeah, thanks for the congrats. Could have been slightly cleaner if I knew how effective Rush was going to be, but it all worked out. Member of her school's planetary science club, the hours she spends cloud gazing rarely lead to scientific observations. I don't remember if that's the last student or if there's one more. This is a good callback. And once that's turned in, I should be good. Speed it up a bit. Two areas 100% complete. Love to see it. Ancient statue head, crew cut gourd, cookie of prosperity. Sweet Stumble Knot, Discus of Joy Wisdom, Anxious Sprout, Ambiguous Goo, Memory Fragment, bottom right, and Flaky Temptation. It feels like they can't fit any more Pikmin on the screen there. So I think I'm good on this area. The only question is it worth a while to farm any Pikmin, or should I just leave? Because I'm definitely leaning towards just leaving. So I think the few that I can farm I have over 200 for on every one. So yeah, I think we just go to the end of the day. Back, let me get a quick count. Can farm in the caves. I don't know if there's any reason to, unless I just want more rock Pikmin, which 25 seems fine. Like ice, I'm at 76. Blues, I'm over 300. Yellow's the only one of the main three that's below 200. Say, well, it's probably more efficient to get the rare Pikmin. I don't think I really need to, and also I probably need to get ready to call stream soon anyway, so let's just skip to the end of the day. Like, I'm sure there will come a point when I probably need them, based on all the callback references they are doing. But for now, I'm not too worried about it. Like, I can't say I wouldn't put it past them to make me get, like, another set of 100 purple Pikmin. Granted, OG kind of messes with that. Look at all the people. OG peaks at only 100 strength. Oh, Wind Detector, Mooching Vase. Flaky Temptation. I think I already read that one. Oh yeah, I just mean more if they tried to go to an homage. Ochi does kind of overwrite like 10 Pikmin unless they added in more to it.
Hamdu.
Now. Bulro.
Die.
Chom.
Okay. So there's at least 3 leaflings left. I did get all the club members. I'll turn in the 2 side quests, and I think I'm gonna call it there.
좀 먹었어? 따따로?
100% for 3 areas.
도스까? 빠샤오.
No.
And I'm assuming there isn't like another 3 that she forgot about. Okay.
구비야.
How's a new person?
카르파파노. 아레뽀. 포트뽀. 카노보고.
Find 4 musical treasures.
흐르르.
One more until I get that one. And I don't think there's anything else. I think he was the one who just wanted me to fight a bunch. Haven't made enough bloom to get that one. So let's see what gear we can get.
흐무.
Highest levels of hit points. I feel like that'll be occasionally useful, so I should probably grab it. And buff Ochi. And now there's a second level of that for 240. I now realize why these are important because of the one experience I had with Ochi where I was riding them onto the fire and then I got knocked off. Okay. Is there a way to save, or do I have to... Save, return to title. Okay, let's see who's on to raid then. I see Cahill's doing some Hades. So let's go say hi to them. Okay. So, my immediate plans are probably next Saturday is going to be back to Final Fantasy 16 to try to get as far as I can in that, if not beating it. I kind of doubt I'm going to beat it, but I should get pretty far. If I stream Wednesday, I don't know whether I would play more Pikmin 4 or whether I would go back to Tears of the Kingdom. At the pace I'm going, I kind of wanna... For about 6 to 7 hours, I'm 100%ing one area each day. I could definitely do that. The area percentage faster, but I am bouncing off of a lot now that I have more stuff to do. So I still think Pikmin 4 is probably my best Wednesday game if I do stream. Otherwise, it'll be Final Fantasy 16 next Saturday. But that's it for me today. Go say hi to Kill, and bye-bye.